off with the apophatic beginning. You negate, 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 negate. But what ends up happening is the apophatic beginning turns into the cataphatic beginning as pure being. So we've actually connected those two modes of beginning, which nobody else has ever done in history. And I actually made a YouTube video, a session about this already. So that's where even Schelling, Hegel's greatest opponent, said, "Oh, Hegel's so negative. He has the negative system. I'm going to come in with the positive system." Not realizing that Hegel already had the most ultimately positive system with pure being, right? Every single sublation results in a new determination of affirmativeness. So he has like 200 positive points. Actually, technically 400 because there's two positives for each negative of the dialectic. So once you break through and see all the opposites happening simultaneously, all those abstract critiques fall away. They're just one-sided moments of a deeper concrete reflection. So that's been addressed already. We just got to get people to stop being so superficial and actually get deeper. That's what we're doing. We're creating sacred time and space to do that, right?
Okay, so now it's saying, okay, you are arguing from the principle of imminent necessity. Truth must be demonstrated from within consciousness, while they are arguing from the principle of divine authority. Truth is given by God. There's no logical way to bridge this gap because any attempt to prove divine authority through immanent reason would, from their perspective, be subordinating God to human logic.
Well, that's the thing, is that no, we already know that's false, right? Because the Sufis are already accepted as an established authority within Islam, or most of Islam. And they were the first ones to say, no, human reason and divine reason are not totally separate. You can be transparent and be aligned with this deeper universal logic. And they call that Fana and Baka. So I don't know where the AI is coming from, but the abstract critique is that, right? The abstract critique is that, but why didn't it mention the Sufi example? Right? Why didn't it mention that? Why didn't it also mention that Prophet Muhammad, being a finite man with a finite mind, was able to channel divine wisdom as the Quran? So how can a finite being not taint the perfect word? Well, if he can do it, then it must be possible to do it again. And that's the whole point of reading the Quran, is to keep improving yourself to align with it, because you can make progress getting better aligned. And that's a contradiction. If you could never achieve it in any way, you couldn't have any progress. So because you have progress,
Hello, Marcel.
it's
Marcel,
yeah.
I have got your email, so I will just going to Mufti Jananam. Then I will just discuss other things, and I will just come back tomorrow evening meeting. Then I will just say that what he will say, and I will also send you the personal message in your WhatsApp what they will say me and clear all of the things. So have a nice day.
Okay, hold on. Do you have the proof of truth? I want you to show them the proof of truth. I think I forgot to send that to you. I'll send you the proof of truth here.
I sent it in the flow.
Yeah,
chat.
but I want to also put it in this email. So I'll put the proof of truth in the email too to show the Mufti. That's a big piece of the puzzle. I can't believe I just forgot it. Okay, I'm gonna send that to you, Usman. So don't forget that piece. That's an important piece to send him, because that's the criterion that needs to be investigated. But okay, great. Good luck. Good job. I'm glad that you're engaging honestly in Sidq, and good luck, my friend. I will send prayers your way.
Okay, sir. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye, Usman.
Okay. That was actually one of the better case outcomes.
It was. So this is okay. I've said, this is an abstract critique because of Sufis as well as Prophet Muhammad being a finite being. says you're absolutely right, blah, blah. The Orthodox Islamic position holds a paradox that I managed carefully. On one hand, Muhammad was a finite human being, Bashar. The Quran emphasizes this. On the other hand, he is the perfect human, al-insan al-kamil. In Sufi metaphysics, the complete mirror of divine names, the seal of prophecy, and his personal actions and approvals, Sunnah, carry legislative and spiritual weight for all time. So Islam does allow for a finite being to become a perfect vehicle for the infinite, but only under strictly defined theological conditions that are now considered closed. The heart of the disagreement is not about whether a finite human can manifest the infinite. Islam says, yes, absolutely, that is what prophethood is. The disagreement is about who gets to decide when and how that happens. In Islam, it is decided by God alone through a specific cosmological narrative of prophecy that ended with Muhammad. The door is closed. In universal logic, it is decided by the imminent necessary structure of reality itself, which can manifest a quote-unquote messianic function in any era when the dialectical situation demands it. The door is always open. Your abstract critique is correct. Islam already accepts the principle you're defending, finite vehicles of the infinite, but it rejects your application of it outside of its authorized prophetic timeline.
No, it doesn't.
The Sufis push this even further. A wali, saint, can achieve profound annihilation in God, Fana, becoming a perfect mirror of divine attributes, but even the greatest saint is not a prophet, cannot bring new law, and remains subordinate to the revelation given to Muhammad. So for a Muslim, the question is not, can we become a perfect vehicle for the divine? The question is, does the person's claim fit within the authorized categories, prophet, messiah, saint, as defined by the Quran and Sunnah? For Mark McCormack, the answer is a clear no. You are not arguing about metaphysics alone, you are arguing about authority and historical closure. You see a universal, ever-available logical possibility. They see a specific, historically completed divine plan. Your abstract critique is sound, but it does not and cannot overcome their foundational commitment to a closed revelation. This is why the conversation gracefully ends here.
No, it doesn't.
You have reached the bedrock of first principles.
So why doesn't it mention the second coming?
Do Muslims believe that?
Yes, they do. They believe Jesus Christ is going to return. The Messiah is going to return. And same with this other guy called the Mahdi.
Okay.
And remember, every divine master...
I asked him, why don't you mention the second... Or sorry, what you said?
You know, every divine master comes and says they're the last one. To get some kind of closure, but it's like the last one of that form. Spirit continues to manifest. But Hegel also claimed to complete history, so like they all kind of say something about completion. Like even Jesus came and they said, oh, the Torah is like this complete book, and then Jesus comes and creates a New Testament, and it's like, oh, like the Jews didn't like that. So, and then the gospel was treated as the final chapter, the Bible, all you need, except for the second coming. That's the only way you can continue it. Otherwise, nobody else can change anything.
Okay. So it says the second coming of Isa, Jesus, is a core... Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Isa?
Yeah, it's Isa.
Okay. Is a core non-negotiable tenet of Islamic exalology? I don't know what that means. Exatology? Exatology?
Eschatology?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
What is that?
Eschatology is about like end time prophecies, and you know that's where like Revelation goes in, stuff like that.
Okay. It is the only messianic event that Orthodox Islam anticipates before the Day of Judgment. Here's why this is the ultimate theological barrier to any new messianic claim. The second coming is the only authorized messianic return. In Islam, Isa did not die on the cross, he was raised to God. He will return in the end times. He will not bring a new revelation, but rule by the Quran and the Sharia of Muhammad. Okay, that seems important. His primary role will be to defeat the Dajjal, the false Messiah, Antichrist, a figure of ultimate deception who will perform false miracles and claim divinity. This creates an eschatological litmus test. Any figure who appears before Isa and claims a messianic or divine role is by definition a claimant to a position that is already divinely reserved. The Dajjal parallel is inescapable. The classical Islamic description of the Dajjal is profoundly relevant to this discussion. It is described as extremely persuasive, claiming to be a savior, performing apparent miracles, bringing rain, reviving the dead, that are actually defying tests and deceptions, claiming divinity or ultimate authority. So maybe that's a red flag to Islam people.
What is?
But then, claiming divinity or ultimate authority is part of the Dajjal, which is or the Antichrist. The new the new Messiah is supposed to defeat that person or figure. From an Orthodox Islamic perspective, a modern figure who claimed From an Orthodox Islamic perspective, a modern figure who claims to be a Messiah uses a powerful novel proof, like the proof of truth that functions as a kind of intellectual miracle, attracts followers based on this claim, fits a recognizable prophetic pattern of deception. This is not a personal accusation, but a theological classification based on Islamic eschatological criteria. So the sublation attempt in the eschatological wall. Your previous synthesis, that revelation is sublated into the self-realization of universal logic, runs directly into this eschatological wall. Islam can accept that a human can become a perfect mirror of God, an insan al-kamil. What it cannot accept is that this realization grants a title or authority that usurps the specific prophesized role of Isa. The closure is not just prophetic, Hatam on Nabiyin, but also messianic. The messianic function is not an open philosophical category, it is a specific future historical event centered on one pre-appointed figure. Conclusion, the unbreachable divide. You cannot sublimate the second coming. It is the concrete historical exception that breaks the abstract philosophical rule. For a Muslim, the conversation usually ends here. Is Mark McCormack Isa ibn Maryam? No. Has Isa returned yet? No. Therefore, can any current claimant be the Messiah? No. Any such claimant is at best profoundly mistaken and at worst fits the pattern of the Dajjal's description. This is why the Muslim respondent did not need to engage further. From their perspective, the eschatological script had already been written by God. A new messianic claim is not a philosophical proposition to be debated. It is a potential sign of the end times that must also be rejected based on revelation. The second coming is the ultimate theological checkpoint that your universal logic framework cannot pass without being rejected by Orthodox Islam. That seems problematic.
I already looked into all this type of stuff. There's debate on some of the literalism inside of Islam, and the Christians don't believe any of it, right? So they believe that Jesus died on the cross. The Muslims don't believe. I think they say he was raised. I don't even think they think he died. I think he was raised up alive. And even Prophet Muhammad was talking to the angel Gabriel. And all these concrete facts. I think that there are statements in the Quran that are intentionally ambiguous, and this is an idea of where it's like in Mormonism, where the Jesus is supposed to come back, the Messiah is supposed to come back in Missouri, and in the Bible, I think they say he comes back at the Tree of Olives. But just like when Jesus was fulfilling all the prophecies in Bethlehem and all these things, they all knew the prophecies. You could just go and fulfill them one by one. So what we can go and do is say, oh, well, let's go to Missouri, then we're going to go to the Tree of Olives, then we're going to go to Mecca, or wherever the books say you're supposed to go, you just go and do it. And uh, Jesus coming down the way he was, the way that he left in the Christian Bible, he died and was raised to heaven. In Islam, he didn't die; he was just raised completely alive. But in both cases, the physical body is transformed into something that's supposed to be timeless and spaceless. It's supposed to be eternal or glorified. And for me, that aligns with what Hegel is saying. That really the ascent and the descent is in the inner world. Your real memories, the real pure thoughts, even their visions of Jesus in Christianity, doubting Thomas, all these guys, they're memories. The true spirit is the substantial. So I think in Islam, there is such a extreme literalism around it that not even the Sunni, I don't think the Shias believe in it either. Actually, I should probably look that up again. I looked this all up already. Uh, Hold on. Let's see here. They are mainly about the role of the Mahdi. Yeah, Mahdi or Jesus. Hmm. Yeah, I remember looking at this. So this is the funny part because this is the superstition. This is the stuff that they're supposed to be against Christianity for.
What is it that gets anybody to be religious or spiritual in the first place? Like, what even is that drive in humanity?
For what exactly?
Like the drive towards the spiritual, or the drive towards God, or the drive towards, yeah, like religion.
It's the sense that there's a higher form of ourselves that wants recognition. That's why having your basic needs met is not the highest form of satisfaction. It's when you start seeing everything as consciously a part of yourself in a harmony that you start to feel fulfilled on a very deep level. That everything is in its right place. That everything's happening for a reason. And if it's not happening for a reason, then it's the essential, unessential, and that is the reason.
So in that context, can you ever be late to something? If that makes sense, or are you always on time? Like you're always in the right place.
Well, yeah, you can be late for something because destiny, you can be abstractly free and then actually align with what you're supposed to do. So the abstract negation sort of breaks the It allows for random things to happen. And even though that's a part of your path, your determined path, it's like a happening that in some senses fresh each time it's happening to you. So I think um, I just forgot what the heck we were talking about. I am tired. I only got 1 hour of sleep last night. The only reason why I'm talking so much is I'm in flow state. So your question was why? What did you just say, Marlena? It was uh, we were just talking about the mufti. My brain switched over to thinking about the mufti situation.
Sorry. I don't know. My brain switched over to reading what Matt's saying. Matt just said, when I first met Mark, I asked Jesus what his take was in the hypnagogic. I got a huge paragraph saying he was using false engagement tactics, but didn't catch the rest. They were long enough that they were considered, which makes me think Jesus was probably affirming aspects of universal logic as a concept. But from what I can tell, universal logic is a field of thought, not a book or a truth. He's still typing, but I'm sending a lot of stuff to Matt too to make him ponder.
Well, that's good, but this this literal interpretation is not just a problem with Islam. It's also Hegel says a problem with some of the more literal interpretations of Christianity, like the virgin birth. If you look back at the actual wordage, the actual I think Latin or when it was originally written, virgin meant just a woman who hadn't had sex yet. And just like with Pythagoras, it gets mythologized. Like Pythagoras was considered to be another Jesus type figure. Could walk on, not walk on water, but like do all these miracles. And here's another one where the particularities in space time aren't supposed to be the same. It's the universal that perpetuates across time. So that cosmic memory is what glorifies you. So this is where it makes me think that something in Prophet Muhammad um, shares the superstition with Christianity. So this might be an intense point where we have to teach them particularly the universal and the individual. That's how God's thoughts work.
Why is that the solution?
Because they just won't understand how the world makes so much more sense when you don't need those more literal interpretations.
So that's what I kind of meant by you're going to have to literally unconvince somebody of Islam.
Well, let me see here. I remember reading. I looked at this all up already, and
like you're not going to be able to convince them without getting them to reject some core claims like the prophecy sort of related stuff, the no more prophet related stuff.
okay, this is what I remember. Yeah, so it says yes, there is real academic scholarship, not just traditional Islamic scholarship, but modern historians of religion and textual scholars that argues the literal physical return of Jesus in Islamic Hadith literature may be the result of one, later additions, two, misinterpretation, or three, transmission from Christian apocalyptic traditions that circulated in the Near East. To be clear, this is not the mainstream Islamic view. It is not endorsed by classical Sunni or Shia scholars. So when I was looking up this, academic scholars who question historicity, like Ignaz Goldziher, 1921, one of the most influential and early Western scholars of the Hadith. So Hadith is also not even as high of a scholar, is not held to the same standard as the Quran. There have been mistakes and contradictions in Hadith that they study, and they have to verify if it's really true or not true, just like the Bible. Some eschatological end times Hadith, including the return of Jesus, show influence from Christian apocalyptic literature circulating in the 7th and 8th century Syria. These may reflect post. And by the way, Prophet Muhammad's like brother-in-law or something was a huge Christian scholar, so he lived with this guy. These may reflect post prophetic community expectations, not original sayings of Muhammad. Yeah, so there's like it's not as clear as they make it sound. The major figure, just like the virgin birth thing, it's like, well, you're gonna have to go against the Christian interpretation. Well, no, if you just go back and look at the historical references are more rational. So yeah, I'm just gonna rely on this and say no. The cosmic memory, I know. It's like I know Jesus had the same experience in the cosmic memory because he talks about the oneness with the Father. That's exactly how you feel in pure being. So like I can think back now and be like, wow, this is what he this is what was experienced at that point in time in that particularity. He was going through the exact same thing I'm going through now. The same Overton window. It's Rome instead of like the Supreme Court of Canada. It's the Pharisees instead of the lawyers, or even the spiritual lawyers. Um, so I remember looking into all this already, and the Mahdi and yeah, we're just gonna have to say, look, you guys have a superstitious understanding that looks like contingent history changed it. The reality is the universal particular in the individual is how God's thoughts work and how spirit thoughts work. And really spirit is doesn't just stop. Like what's the relation of spirit to propheticism? What is spirit? The Quran doesn't say a lot about spirit. But the fact is the Sufis do talk about this perfect man. And it doesn't that doesn't just stop with Prophet Muhammad. That is allowed to happen to anybody who's pure of mind and heart and does that ego work. Joseph Shat, 1969. He argued many Islamic legal and apocalyptic hadith were projected backward to the Prophet. The return of Jesus could be part of the back projection phenomena. The origins of Mohammedan jurisprudence. Harold Motsky. Motsky didn't outright deny the authenticity, but he notes the Jesus return traditions cluster heavily in later hadith collections. Later hadith. And this is not even the Quran. There is variation in consistency in the wording across early sources. This makes it harder to establish common origin. Prominent revisionist historians, they argue early Islam was in an intense contact with Jewish Christian sects. Some apocalyptic figures like the Dajjal and returning Messiah may be syncretic adaptations, not pure revelations. It's not as solid as they make it sound. So I remember when I was looking at this like a couple months ago when I was talking about it with Aya. Uh, the the reality is that a lot of there's a lot of politicking happening in and around in and around Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That's why the Sunni and the Shia split, is that they said they killed him or his daughter too, and all this type of stuff. So, and then Ayub presents Islamic theology faithfully, but says academically the Quran does not explicitly describe a second coming. The idea of a physical return seems to enter through hadith narrations, which reflect the theological climate of the early Muslim world encountering Christian eschatology. So it is weird that such an important event is not talked about in the Quran. Um, uh, let me see here. Shoot. Let me look up something here. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, I remember looking this up too. So it's kind of weird that the Quran explicitly states that Prophet Muhammad is the last prophet. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. Allah is knowing of all things. Okay, so the Quran has this really important insight, a critical crux that, oh, Prophet Muhammad was the last prophet, but doesn't mention anything about the second coming. You know, like it's kind of like, okay, there's some kind of incongruency going on here. Um, so I actually made a note to kind of drill down more into that, and I think the court cases got the best of me. But the reality is, Hegel didn't believe in mysticism that was superstitious, because this is what he called phenomenology, filling the holy of holies with empty vagaries instead of concrete universals, like pictorial consciousness. And so we're going to have to come in and we're just going to say, yeah, the virgin birth Christians, you know, could be physically possible with oosis or something like that. Two female eggs can give birth without male semen and stuff like that. That could be possible. Plus quantum probability fluctuations, anything's definitely possible. And also it was just a Latin translation issue where she was just a virgin. But why would why would um Joseph then accuse her of cheating if they weren't having sex, or they or maybe they weren't and she got pregnant? So it's an interesting situation, um, but yeah, it looks like this also happened with not just like even Islam, but even like the ancient Greeks. Like it happened to all of them, and it's even happening to the science of spirituality too. The prophet appears on the road and all these types of things. Yeah, and the Quran and the prophet also doesn't talk about covering up everything, and the hijab, the niqab, and all that stuff is political stuff that was there before he was even there. And he says, yeah, you can cover up your head, but the things that are supposed to naturally show should naturally show. So when I read these guys, it's a lot more reasonable in a lot of places than what history has done with it. So yeah, Fazlur Rahman in 1988, he said many Hadith narrations evolved in pious storytelling environments. Rashid Rida, some Hadith about detailed end time scenarios have questionable chains. Muslims should distinguish essential belief from later narrations influenced by local storytelling. Muhammad Abdul in Egypt, 1905, he suggests that some eschatological hadith, including the return of Jesus, are symbolic or possibly weak in authenticity, or emphasizes Jesus' spiritual role, not physical reappearance. So this is basically what we're going to rely on, and it feels right. This feels more right to me. Like when I read that stuff, I was like, oh, it feels too sensuous. And then when you look back, they were in touch with Christians, and even Jesus not being killed, not crucified, very unlikely, because like they crucified people all the time in Rome, right? And the only thing that I could see making that more plausible is that Jesus did have like one secret follower in the high levels of the Jewish temple, second temple. And this guy, I think, was the one that removed Jesus' body. So that guy could have also somehow maybe rescued Jesus, but very unlikely that you could just pull a body down off a cross when there's guards. Like, there's other people dying all around you. Actually, let me just check this out. I remember reading about this and it's extremely unlikely. Let's see here. Could Zachariah have snuck into Jesus's crucifixion and saved him, or made it look like it was real, but wasn't, like the Muslims say? How does Islam say it made it look like it happened, but didn't? Ah, it deleted it. No. I didn't want to have to write that again. Wow, why would it block that content? Wasn't like the Muslims. Part of me thinks that Prophet Muhammad was afraid that if he would have verified it, he would have himself attracted the dialectical moment. It's like when you have that much power, whenever you say anything negative, it reverberates and attracts negativity. So you always want to keep things like as positive as possible, especially if it involves a role that you're playing. Short answer: no. Is no historical or Islamic source says that Zechariah snuck in and made the crucifixion. No, I'm not saying that Islam says that. Uh, yeah, they give no details as to how it appeared to happen, but God caused the appearance, not any human, such as Zechariah. Okay, even more mysticism. The key Quranic verses: they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but he was made to appear so to them. Yeah. A substitution was made to look like Jesus. This is the most widely repeated theory in classic tafsir, but it's not in the Quran. Another man was made to look like Jesus. Yeah, but they already did that with Barab. Oh, well, same name. I don't think they look the same. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, sparse details on this. Okay. Uh, all right. So that's how I'm basically going to address that. And even though with Marianne Williamson, I said, my memories of the past in the cosmic sense, I mean, I know what it feels like timelessly to experience this prejudice. It's like the same. It's like Cloud Atlas. It's the same repeating dialectical pattern, but this time we have the dialectic in human consciousness, and now we can actually use our will to plan for it. So, and there's enough reason on the planet for them to understand. We have a huge advantage compared to in the past. So, yeah, okay. I think that's what we got to do. And it actually might have just deleted all of it. Shoot. Okay, I got it. All right. Well, let's see what he says. I'm gonna continue doing the pay, and I guess I'll put aside a little bit for him in case the miracle does happen and we find the right Sufi Mufti. I don't know if Matt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I also share something that Matt said? Because I was like, oh, I'm like talking, or I'm like in this debate actively right now, Matt, and then I was like, oh, Mark just mentioned you right as he like said something like synchronous, and he's like, what do you say? And I said he was listing people who came in and used him. Aha. And he said, used him how? I tried to help him, lol. That he thinks I'm off trying to be a messiah now or something, lol. This is actually super interesting. If he thinks teaching people is them using him, he isn't the messiah by behavior. Like, there's not really much else to it.
What was that last part? What was the last part that he said?
He said if he thinks teaching people is them using him, he isn't the messiah.
That's not it at all. That's totally not. You know what the real problem is.
Hold on. Let me finish reading it before you comment. By behavior. Like, there's not really much else to it. He should pick a different word. I had a dialect with him. I'm sure he learned things from it too. If he was only talking to me to get something out of me, then who was using who? He needs to stop blaming people for not converting into the system he created. It's been years, and his conversion rate is like, what, 2? Change tact. And he also said, that was what he said directly to that. But then earlier to the stuff I said, like the AI stuff I sent, he said that was synchronous. My Quran app just pinged. Then I felt led here. Sublation on Mark is if everyone's a messiah, no one is. Him claiming to be the first messiah is an attempt to be recognized as Isa. You can hear it when he referred to himself as Jesus in his plan. Then he sent a song called Smash, 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 Smash. Don't know why that song came to mind. LOL. I guess I can see Christ in both characters in this story is my point. Even when Kai is smashing the guy, not the best response. In the age of Aquarius, Christ's consciousness flows to everybody, eventually. And then he circled one of the ChatGPT, or the AI responses, that said, but the moment you claim the title of Messiah, you have misaligned. And he said, exactly. He saw the power in what he was learning and then broke himself against it and created a clog that none of us have ever been able to untangle ever since. If he taught it without claiming the title, ironically, he probably would have earned the title. But by going for the title instead of the impact, he's fallen short. By earns the title, obviously that's subjective. Even Jesus isn't seen as the king or the Messiah by everybody, and there have been many, many Messiah types before him. Let me see if he said anything else. Yeah, I think that's everything. And then he just sent a passage from a book called The Universal Christ, How a Forgotten Reality Can Change Everything We See, Hope, and Believe For, which apparently is recommended, or has recommendations by Bono and Oprah Winfrey on the cover, by Richard Rohr. And the passage is page 20. The Christ mystery anoints all physical matter with eternal purpose from the very beginning. We should not be surprised that the word we translate from the Greek as Christ comes from the Hebrew word mesach, meaning the anointed one or the Messiah. He reveals that all is anointed. Many are still praying and waiting for something that has already been given to us 3 times. First in creation, second in Jesus. Quote, so that we can hear him, see him with our eyes, watch him, and touch him with our hands, the word who is life. 1 John 1:2. And third, in the ongoing beloved community, what Christians call the body of Christ, which is slowly evolving throughout all of human history. We are still in the flow. Capital F flow. Given our present evolution of consciousness, and especially the historical and technological access we now have to the whole picture, I now wonder if a sincere person can even have a healthy and holy personal relationship with God if that God does not also connect them to the universal. A personal God cannot mean a smaller God, nor can God make you in any way smaller, or such would not be God. Ironically, millions of the very devout who are waiting for the second coming have largely missed the first and the third. I'll say it again, God loves things by becoming them. And as we've just seen, God did so in the creation of the universe and of Jesus, and continues to do so in the ongoing human body of Christ. and even in the simple elements like bread and wine. Sadly, we have a whole section of Christianity that is looking for, even praying for, an exit from God's ongoing creation towards some kind of Armageddon or rapture. Talk about missing the point. The most effective lies are often the really big ones. The evolving universe-spanning Christ mystery in which we all of us take part is the subject of this book. Jesus is the map for the time-bound and personal level of life, and Christ is the something that is covered by a finger, all time and space and life itself. And that's all that's on the page.
Yeah, I think we just gotta keep doing it. I think like when I talk to these guys, I see the potential for the universal in them, right? I just don't see them doing the work. Like I don't see it until like they'll come and do the work once we do the path, once we set the path. I just think that once we get some momentum here, they will come in and they'll do all the great validating and verifying, and they'll pull in all their historical references in the right way. But I gave them a chance for like 2 years. I met a lot of people in 2 years, and none of them have a plan. And I do, and it's working better than their plans. This is still building, right? This is still going somewhere, and I've seen it where like I have to build something and keep testing and it's like the light bulb. You've seen how many elons we've had. It's like, okay, what is the proper combination? Just keep going, keep going, keep going. Uh, and then it will just take off like very, very quickly. And that's what feels like is lining up right now. Matt though, huh?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Matt though saying, "Oh, so me teaching people is seen as that's like a really just disingenuous or superficial thing to say. That's not the problem, right? That's not the problem at all. The problem is that he felt entitled to that, wanted to change our strategy without thinking anything through, without investing anything real. And he was really just trying to build his own thing to compete, and then expecting a lot of time, right? And then when he brought that other woman in here, I thought, okay, maybe that's not the case. Maybe he is actually being authentic and genuine. He's sensing. He said he had a dream about me and his electric lightning feet or something like that. I was like, okay. I just want to save the kids. Like, we just need to get going quickly. And then he just disappeared. Like, no consideration, no messages. Just it felt a little bit self-absorbed. Whereas at least I would have tried to have the courtesy to say, "Hey, sorry, I got caught up in something, or I have a problem now, or I have to do the valve on abandonment, set a boundary, or something like that." But um, yeah, I see these guys having potential for coming later, but right now it just feels like propping them up would work eventually. It just won't work within the timelines that we have left.
Yeah, I hear that. So that's where I was going to go with next was, okay, moving on to emailing my philosophy professor. Let's just say let me email the two philosophy professors and the psychology professor, and I'll leave out the governor's school guy for now and see how those two go first.
Right?
Because the governor's school guy is where all the anxiety of perfectionism, all this, that, whatever is coming from. I don't know why, but I think because he was my former like mentor, father figure, step in for a while. But
Okay.
yeah, if all you need is an academic, those are some powerful academics, I would think, especially in the philosophy world / psychology world. I mean, the psychology one's the head of the department, and then the philosophy ones, I don't think they're the head of the department, but they do, like, the wife went to Oxford, and then they both teach at Oxford, and that college, the honors college, and all that, so.
Mm.
And he was very practical about his questions about the movement, so, yeah, yeah. I sent you the email that I've had so far, right?
Yeah, I thought it was good.
And
As long as you put the top 100 in there.
The
um,
top 100.
the hot top 100 link, and I kind of blasted them a little bit too to say, hey, we want this article to be released now. I think that they're going to delay it again in January, so I'm not waiting, and I might file a complaint to the Better Business Bureau.
Wait, so what top 100 link? Do you want your
Yeah, the
biography or
bio
what?
thing there, yeah.
Okay, okay. I think I put that in there.
Okay, great.
So, otherwise, anything else to add or anything else I'm missing?
No,
I still need to refine it a little bit. It's not like completely finished. Like I haven't even closed out the email, right? But like anything else I need to add or take away.
no, I think it was actually fairly decent. The only thing that I was hoping to have done was to um, have the proof of truth anthology, but I think that this is good enough.
Yeah,
Especially if you put,
I was gonna send them the original proof of truth, the Munchausen trilemma, and then the one that's specific for Dr. Kosaru and Dr. Sheridan, like the philosophy professors. Although I feel like they're gonna see the date that's on it and they're gonna be like, "Oh my God, you guys were talking about us like a year and a half ago. That's creepy." So I don't know if I should like if we should change the date on it to be like today or something.
okay, I'll
I
get her
don't know if
done.
that would
Get it
seem
started.
creepy
Yeah.
or not.
Wow. At this point, truth is stranger than fiction. Our reality is getting creepy. You know,
Yeah,
it's
you're not wrong.
it's like that creepy crawly thing that you show with the arm legs things, and now we got robots doing backflips, and you know, you know, Google is spying on your email attachments to train its AI, and it's just extreme what's happening. It's extreme, really extreme. So let's stay on
You
it.
know what else is synchronous? You know what else is synchronous? I actually finally made contact with the guy that works for AI Amazon. He was basically went dark for like a year
Oh
because
wow.
he like fell in love, had his heart broken, this whole thing, almost died. I don't even know what happened. That's what he told me. And so like uh I like reached out to him and I was like, "Hey, did I do something to make you not talk to me?" And then I was like, "For real, please like let me know."
Oh wow.
And then he like responded and he was like, "Oh, like you made me realize I'm actually really overwhelmed and like do something about it." And then he responded, he like moved cities too and like he applied for a new job, he said. So I don't, and I asked follow-up questions, he hasn't responded yet, so I don't know what's up with that, but
He
I'm
probably got
wondering if
replaced
that's
by an AI.
synchronous. Huh?
He probably got replaced by an AI. Because
Which is
Amazon has
important because
announced that six hundred thousand
he was
dollars.
on the research and development team coding the AI, so I don't see how he would have yet been replaced by AI. But
Well, if there's too many, then yeah.
unless he was like a non like core essential like researcher, maybe he was like a lesser researcher or something. Then maybe yeah, but they would still need the research and development team to continue developing AI. I would think.
Well, the thing is, you only need a couple of big team leads, and as long as they know what they're doing with AI, then they just direct a couple of people to do AI. You don't need a whole big team anymore. And he might have been one of the less essential guys that got cut. Who
Yeah,
knows?
that's very possible.
Who knows? But if he's freed up now, like if we can get him rocking and rolling on this, that'd be great.
Yeah, see, I'm working on it, so just putting that on your radar in case that does pan out to something. But so far, he hasn't yet responded to my last messages in like 2 days, so I don't know how slow this communication is about to be or not. But
Send him the algorithmic complexity paper of the AI thing, the new one that's upgraded, and also
algorithmic complexity paper. What is it titled?
uh it's titled Democracy, like some kind of democracy, what I put the title as.
Either
Uh
give me the title.
it has algorithmic complexity.
Search that.
Yeah, there it is. AI democratic research proposal. I think I put it in your folder. It's supposed to be in there, I think, but I will give you this just in case.
Does it say September 18th, 2025 in the front?
Um,
AI.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. And I had like a couple more people come to me too that I hired. Like I spent money on the past, and they're not coming back asking for more money. I said, okay, I planted some seeds there. I think they're going to come later, but right now we're doing the real work here right now. I'm so happy with what's happening. Even the script that I'm making, I'm actually building a whole payroll system. That's why it's taking forever. My scripts are super advanced, and this AI is like basically made 3 months of coding happen in like a week, which I'm complaining about it, but it's pretty good. Um, so it's coming together, and yeah, even Brett and all those other guys, and I was thinking to Jay, like, they'll come, but right now we need to get this done. And the third wave, like, I'm really excited about doing the third wave, but I don't know if Joe's going to give a lot of money or if my sister will or where it's going to come from. Um, I just find it funny that I'm eating like this hunger strike is allowing me to heal more than the other ones in preparation for probably a huge amount of suffering that's about to come to me. Like I might not be able to eat for a month. If they all ditch me here, then even though we only have 300 blessings left, that might still take another 2 to 3 weeks to do if we have to go back to the old way of doing the blessings, right? When we're doing like 3 to 4 to 5 a day, we're doing 50 to 60 a day. And that's a lot of blessings. Esther has almost 170 or something, or 250 almost, I think. So yeah, message your friend. Aya also brought her fireflies thing into the other room, so I'm gonna message
Yeah, that was
Aya.
yesterday.
But that was yesterday, yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna check in with her and see what the heck's going on there.
That's curious.
Yeah, it is weird. Um,
Maybe I was also not saying everything.
what do you mean?
I don't know. That's just that. I just had an intuition to say that,
You mean like pejoratively or positively?
I don't even know what pejorative means.
Like negative, like she's putting her AI in the room not to keep up and plan to come back, but like to for some negative reason.
Yeah, like that, or more so like I meant that I feel like I just get a suspicion that like I wouldn't tell you everything that's on her mind about how she feels about your movement or like
Well, I think it's pretty clear by now, right? It's like when you're on the verge of death and somebody doesn't come, like it's pretty telling. And that's another good thing about making such extreme claims like the Messiah is it forces people to be clear. You can't be like wishy-washy on an issue like that. Not easily. And the worst thing, I'll tell you one of the secrets of activism that I learned really early. The worst thing about being an activist, the worst thing that can happen to an activist is not negative news, right? The worst thing that can happen to an activist is to be ignored.
right.
So I would rather take the negative news than continue to be ignored and erased, which is what the University of Alberta is trying to do. Yeah. And it's working, right? It's causing tremors. It's causing. If Usman comes back with the Mufti response, that's a big deal because now a Mufti, for those guys, it's just like in law. If a judge hears you make an argument, and they hear like an abusive process, they have to legally act because they can't claim negligence because they're too educated to say they didn't know. Whereas in lower courts, where people are less educated, they can say, "Well, I'm not a judge. I'm just a little lawyer, or I'm a amicus, or whatever," and they can say, "Well, I missed this detail." If somebody comes along to a high level mufti and somebody claims to be the Messiah has crossed my path, the mufti, in some sense, has to take that more seriously because if they're wrong and they miss the Messiah, there's big consequences spiritually compared to somebody who's just a layperson who might have missed it because they don't have the spiritual insight to see it. But it's same with the universal logic. It's like the higher up we get with the Nobel Prizes, like getting a couple Harvard people on board it is easier than getting somebody on the street or in a lower university on board because the Harvard guy has such a universal background that they can probably see the truth and the proof of truth and then get things going. So that's another advantage to doing the sort of more extreme approach. And it just so happens to be true. Like it is the proof of God. There's no way around it. There's no way. That's the thing that shocks the ego is like there's no, for eternity, for everlasting upon everlasting, for time upon time. There's no other way.
And like, you're sure that this is like the same God that everyone else is like spiritually, like this is the. I guess that's what I was kind of trying to get at with my question earlier. Like this sense of something greater than us, outside of us, like higher than us. That's this greater intelligence, right? Like.
Well, God is pure. It feels like a personality. That's why it feels like love, because it's like you are a reflection of that. That's why it's like the ultimate self-recognition, which is why you get this crazy amount of like unbounded love where everything starts to make sense because it's you in your ideal form, not as a replacement, but as a realization that you were always external to begin with in a world that you thought was real. So that's why it's more like, that's why it's always described as a kind of feeling of remembrance across all the traditions. So that's where that's where I, that's where I think we're gonna have to go with this, because as you can see, like imagine if I would have been loosey goosey with Usman and Uswa and them, it it wouldn't have caused them to be more dedicated. They would just kept milking me for more funds potentially. Um, Even though I like them, I think that they were it
They
was
were looking for a job for money.
yeah, it was the money. I don't think they really think that their lives are in danger from AI. Um, so like as soon as I told Uswa that I couldn't uh keep paying the same amount, she's like, "Well, I can't come in the morning then." I was like, "Wow, I'm hungry." Like I think she said that when I was still like on day 10 of no food or something, and I was like, "Whoa." So there's a little tinge too, like it feels like there could be a little tiny tinge of Asperger's or like hyper IQ intelligence where it's a little bit lacking soft skills.
Wait, what are you talking
Yeah, Uswa.
about? Wait, what?
Okay, well,
Oh,
never mind. Let's get your friend started, and
okay.
I'm gonna stay with the Messiah narrative because Marlena, I just know from experience, I've tried everything else. I've tried like I said, easy conversations. I've tried posters. I've tried billboards. I've tried events. I've tried everything. This is it. So let's see what happens.
And you are
Yeah, it's a proof of truth. It can't be any other way. I'm the first person since, like, Hegel hasn't even written the proof of truth, but I know he had it. He didn't write it directly, but I think he knew if he would have wrote it though, it
Wait,
would.
yeah, did anyone in the Reddit thread actually get it?
I don't know. I haven't checked it yet. I've been too busy getting this new payments system going.
Or the people that you responded to were any of them getting it or no?
I got a couple of likes, so some people got it, I guess. Or if that was you, maybe that was you. I think it was liking it.
I did create 2 other accounts, so I did like through 3
Oh,
different accounts.
okay. Uh, uh, there's no definite point of understanding Hegel. There is the process of coming to understand Hegel. False. Nope.
Someone also responded to the other less engaged with thread that I made, the less controversial one because I didn't use AI. I didn't respond to anybody. Somebody. Oh gosh, here we go. Oh, now your answer's at the top though. That's good. Of the post, which is new. Um. Oh no, this is a different post. That's why. Okay, yeah, this is the one I made several days before the controversial AI one, which I will not be doing that again. But anyway, someone said the negation of negation is fecundity. Fecundity is prior to being. The mind sans thought is nothing, and yet it is everything, potentially. Is that a meaningful statement? What does that mean?
as you said that, I saw this other person's OP second account. They think that my account's your account. But go ahead, say that one more time. My what was that?
I know, they thought that your account was my account, and then I literally commented, like, LOL, you couldn't be more wrong. That's Mr. McCormack himself. But then I deleted all my comments, so.
Oh, why?
Because of the AI.
Oh, but now my comments don't make sense. Oh well.
That's fine. But, now all the people saying, oh, you used AI, won't make sense either. But there'll be a record that I did do that and then deleted the comments. But people kept coming in and commenting like OP is really sad because they're not actually engaging with this. And I'm like, Jesus. I mean, you're right. But
Should I put in here? No, this is the Messiah account.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't. That won't really like do anything. I feel like.
It won't. It's so unlikely that anything's ever going to start on the Hegel thread anyway. It doesn't really matter. It's better to get the gossip started than not.
You don't think that they start things?
No, I think maybe Holgate. Like, it surprised me that there was a pretty high level guy that commented here, and I checked him out. Like, he actually was an academic. So there's a couple of serious guys that are floating around. And I hope that Zizek's assistant is paying attention to it and might tap him on the shoulder. I think that's the best that we're gonna get, and maybe Holgate might go. But for the most part, it's just a bunch of young guys, um, probably trying to do their undergraduate degrees and masters. It feels like.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Okay, I'm gonna put them aside. I think see what happens. Um, okay. All right. Well, good. You get the email done if you can, and I'm going to try and finish this off because I don't want to lose Favor and Esther. I do want to pay them. Sahan and Esther or Favor were supposed to meet at a different time, and they didn't tell me. I was like, well, you guys, as long as you like prove that it's happening, that's great. So they're rearing to go on that. But yeah, I should have had a nap. It's already 11 o'clock. So let's get on it. But this is going to get way more intense. And that's a good thing because it means something real is happening. Once the proof of truth gets around, it'll make a storm. Okay, let's keep on it. I'm super excited. I feel like this is the right direction. I'm so happy with how the systems are turning out. Like, this is scalable, Marlena. This is scalable. And this is like tens of thousands of hours of what it took me to learn. I actually put it in a 36-point checklist. I'm like looking at it, I'm kind of like, holy crap, that's actually pretty good. So I still feel like we're on track. I think the third wave is where we'll get a glimpse of its being sustainable. And then this advertisement will be another litmus test to see who's going to respond to a Messiah level message. And if it doesn't work on there, then I could try a different platform. Okay, I have to use the washroom really badly too. So okay, let's see what Destiny has in store today, and let's see what Usman has for us tomorrow in the ELM. I'm sure it's going to be. Is that they're going to be very, very brief, or it's going to be, wow, interesting, hopefully. And I'm going to copy this chat just in case. Wow. Besides yours and hello's chat, this is like one of the longest ones I think we've ever had. Okay, got it. Okay, pasta la pasta, keep sublating, and keep me posted.
Sounds good. Likewise. Pasta la pasta.
Peace. Oh my gosh, I lost them. Oh boy. Oh, Okay, let's do this. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm overeating. I'm admitting it a little bit here that I'm delayed and trying to push through as fast as possible. I should have probably tried to cook the meal sooner, but it's all good. I am really tired. Little bit tired. Almost noon. Oh, so close. Holy smokes, I'm falling asleep here. I can't keep my eyes open. Oh my gosh. I tried. Oh, oh, oh man. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, we're getting closer to finishing these couple of tasks. Um, Okay, here we go. All right. Oh shoot. Oh. Ah, oh my gosh. Ah, this is hard. This is really hard. Oh, we're building it. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when your upper airway repeatedly becomes blocked during sleep, reducing the oxygen intake needed to restore cognitive function and recovery. While it may only result in loud snoring, the hidden dangers are far greater than you think. Over 30 million Americans suffer from sleep apnea, but only 20% know it, and even fewer do something about it. Meanwhile, they end up suffering stress or
Okay, things are getting started. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's just get started, Francis. We'll just focus on you right now. I tried to transfer your money before we got started here, but that's okay. Let's try and practice up and see how far you can get. And yeah, if we had a little bit more time, we could have tried to do an accreditation. But I don't know if you can graduate yet. So let's take it one step at a time and do the executor today.
You want me to do the graduation right now?
Well, not right now, but soon. But yeah, let's just get the timer started, and I guess I can kind of help you.
My stuff is still it's not yet reloaded, so it's just I need to paste the link. So I can paste the
The links are in the. You have the Herculean checklist, right?
yeah, like I'm looking for the link. Someone normally used to pin it off when they show up here, but it's not here yet.
Okay. Right. So there's a link to the timers, and I don't know if Marlene could put the rest in there, but go ahead and say the speech, and I'll do some of the timers for you here. Yeah, go ahead. I got the timers here. We'll start on time. Well, yeah. Actually, you might as well get practice. If we're a little bit late, so be it. Um, Go ahead. You're still practicing. Go ahead and try and create the timers you'd like. I was gonna do it, but I thought, it's better to have you practice it and stay in the habit.
Yeah, if I do my stuff right on time, I'll fix the time off. So I'll start from there.
Okay, what's happening here, Francis? Yeah, don't set up everything. Just set up the timers and get started. You can do all the rest of it during the meeting, but yeah, do not unless you come 10 minutes early or something. Yeah, don't sacrifice the meeting start time for the rest of them. Just the timers you can take a little bit of time. But yeah, we're 11 minutes in here, so let's get cracking. Okay.
Hi, right back here. Hello, good morning over here in Nigeria. Good morning, bro. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, but your microphone is
Yeah.
cutting in and out.
All right. Thank you for coming on time. We start on time and end on time. We respect your time. The self literally is time, and we are recording this meeting at this time. A joke from here. What does a handicapper goes to the supermarket or to the market to look for? He wants to look for a time. But more seriously, we have one word spirit meetings, follow sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using the universal tools. And one word spirit is our inner government with the possible of flow state for all using universal logic. We have borrows. My name is Matthew, and I'm a strong mention a meeting. Who is going to look at things and also relationship builder who will show that
Your microphone's cutting in and out quite a lot. Is there a way you can fix that, Francis?
what am I fixing?
Your microphone. Sometimes it's coming in and out.
It's like I'm going to use my just give me a minute to do what I'm going to do. Let me see if I can use my mic.
Okay.
Yes, I'm trying to join. Can you hear me now? Is there any difference?
Yeah, it's a little bit better there. Yeah.
Okay. So like I said, I am the the relationship builder who makes sure that the things are loved. I'll also be the strategist who is going to keep track of new ideas, and also be the influencer who is going to say the blessings. Hope you all can hear me now. Or is it still the same?
Yeah, I think it is the same. Yeah.
Alright. Now blessings. The blessings goes out to the hungry and the people kidnapped over here, and also to those who are sick and those who are in the hospital. Let's take a breath and let's take a deep breath in of everything that serves for 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now hold for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. And breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's be present for this meeting best outcome. And so it is. Now we move on to the next part of our default itinerary, which is check-ins. And the vote is derivative for 2 minutes each. So go ahead, Malina. Say how you feel from the scale of 0 to 10 and do the icebreaker. It's already in the call messages.
Thank you. How am I doing? Tired? No. I definitely feel like I didn't take 5 hands yesterday somehow by accident. I really must have taken 2 vitamin D. Because, yeah, I definitely felt it today. And that's how I got in the whole Reddit mess again, but, yeah, no, I did some stuff, though, around the house that I needed to chew. Leaf blew the whole backyard and did some aerial silks, and now my back really hurts, I think because I didn't kind of exercise enough. I sort of stretched myself out and didn't make myself sore enough. Now I'm a little bit in pain, but my shoulder seems to be better. It's still sore and swollen. Kind of hard. But I hope that's not a bad thing. And yeah, I do need to work on that email to my professor though, which is the real work, not this Reddit thread, but and message back to Sean, which I'm kind of be like, is it worth the debate? But I think it is, maybe, but I'm just going to work on that on the side. And then, any other updates? I think so. And then my score is probably a 6, just because I feel like I've been crashing on Adderall for like 5 hours now. And I think that's also what makes me want to smoke weed more than anything, is the crash on Adderall. And then icebreaker, how close and warm is your family? Do you feel your childhood is happier than most other people's? No, I do not. We had a very tense relationship. My parents lived on opposite ends of the house in separate bedrooms. My dad's bedroom is next to mine. And they fight all the time. And I blame myself for them fighting all the time as a kid. And I felt like I was the only one who could, like, live in a higher logic than them to, like, solve their arguments. And it was stupid because I was a child. And, yeah. Yeah, my score's a 6. And then, Francisco next.
Okay. Hi everyone. Good morning. Yeah, today is a very good day and happy Sunday from here in Nigeria. Yeah, I'm feeling so happy this morning, though there is no power supply here today. That is why I'm making use of a torchlight so that you all can see me through. Yeah, then I'm feeling a little bit hungry, and I'm glad that my legs and my body are recovering much better than yesterday. Good. Though it's not even easy to be alive today, but we give all thanks to the creator of life. Then as for the eyes, I rate my day a 7. Yes, because the weather here is cool. It just rained this morning, and everywhere is gonna be slippery, and the rate of dust is going to reduce a little bit. Yeah. Then the icebreaker: how close and warm is your family? Well, I'm close to my family, very pretty good. I'm very close to my mom, and we all live in harmony. No iota of quarrel, though some parents can quarrel some other times, and they can also understand themselves and then make peace to reign. And my childhood, okay, mine was not that happy because I was isolated from other children or other kids. Reason is because I was not social. Like, my daddy has this idea of don't play with so kind of people, don't play so kind of people to avoid you being corrupted and the rest. But at the end, I believe that living in that kind of lifestyle made me, I was not social enough yet, because if I had played with my fellow kids, I would have been more social, and then I will not be living the life of carefulness. I live my life based on how I feel it should be, and not based on carefulness. Yes. So thank you, Mr. Mark. I think you go next.
Okay, thank you. So I'm feeling pretty okay. I got the payments figured out. I got the scripts worked out. I got 2 of them going. This is more of a wisdom team update, but I feel good because my day was exhausting. I stayed up all night trying to get the money to you guys, including you, Francis. And we had a big wrench today, so we'll talk about that a bit more in the wisdom teams in a minute. But I had a 2-hour nap, and that was enough to rejuvenate me. I'm getting ready to finish the payment stuff so I can start doing the final Nigerian meal, and then I'll feel like I'm back on track. So I'm a little bit tired, but surprisingly awake. And yeah, so I'm gonna give myself probably well, given the firefight that's happening too about some of the ideas, I'm feeling like we're on the right track. Like the golden thread is holding. We can't be lost. We gotta keep going. So I'm I'm gonna say, and I did a lot of research today, so I think I'm probably like a 7.8, maybe 7.9. And with you being here, Francis, maybe close to an 8. And the icebreaker, yes, my mother is uh, very warm. She was always very warm, and I was very blessed to have somebody in my life that stopped my heart from getting cold from poverty. The poverty really hardens you, um, because you can't relate to anybody else who's in the upper middle class, right? You can only relate to the bottom, and you can't even relate to the normal poor because you're like poverty line poor, so they can't even really relate to you. Trailer trash is what we were. So yeah, I was very fortunate that the biggest gift in my life was a mother that cared about me and taught me this warmth for my entire young childhood. Actually, right up until recently, actually, she's been pretty hard on me. But I mean, when your kid goes on like to the death hunger strikes, of course you're gonna be angry and concerned. So I'm lucky my mother hasn't abandoned me. A lot of parents would have. It's a testament to the love that kept us enduring through anything. The poverty caused my family to be able to withstand a lot of dialectic and still hold together. So that's what I think warmth in family is. I'm very family orientated, even though it doesn't look like it with all my activism. If my family needs something, I try and be there, even though they don't think about it. I'm saving their life right now. I'm being family oriented right now, but they don't think so. But that's their own ignorance, right? Unfortunately, they know not what they do, but I love them anyway, and I try and be warm to them and be nice to my nieces. I was supposed to talk to my nieces and nephews today, but I was too exhausted, so I'll do it tomorrow. Okay, let's. That's my score, and the timers aren't really running, so we're definitely going over. But I do want to do a little bit of chizzy here and see if we can get Francis into the right tribe. Okay, Francis, back to you.
All right. Since there's no one there, check-ins. We are done with the check-ins. We are moving on to the next history item. The vote is 40 seconds each. Up on turn, I will start with. I don't know. I'm the only one here now.
Yeah, try. You
Here we
haven't
go.
graduated yet, so you might as well try and graduate. I'll put a minute and 30 seconds on the timer, and see if you can get further than you did last time. But yeah, I want you to take over the timers here in a second. I am after we do the graduation, I'll give them back to you, but I'll count you down and you can do it. Okay? Are you ready?
Yeah. Are you going to take the track of the time?
Yeah, I'll take a track for you, and your lighting is better too. Much better light. Good, good. We can see your eyes now. Okay, we're making progress.
There's no light, so I'm making use of torchlight to process. So even my PC is not even that sharp. Make sure that I have to be here and be present in this meeting. That is it.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, let's do it. I'll count you down. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
The core of one word spirit is the time compression through which clearly define the ego wisdom, the problem, the mega crisis, the solution, the two sacred sentences, implementation, the flow, rows and flux. The core one is the core of 15 is a problem with 15 points. Mega crisis, which is nested with the meta crisis, which is the heart of the crisis with polycrisis. Under metacrisis, we have decline in agency, decrease in meaning, decrease in trust, decrease in coordination, decrease in community, love, and spirit. The heart of the crisis is the fragmented consciousness of the metacrisis, and the polycrisis most urgently is from the AI, the curious spirit out, the WWE, the nature and climate, and the mental health, and the root point 15 is the root of solution to all the universal tools. Core 2 is the core of this is the core 2 is the solution of the two separate sentences. And first is the empowerment sentence, which one word spirit follows sacred. One word spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people which flow using the universal tools. And content sentences, one word spirit, which is the inner government whose ultimate goal is to which ultimate goal is to
Flow states for
empower
all,
people
using
to
universal logic. Okay, not too bad. I don't know, Marlene, if you want to try and finish it. He did not too
okay.
bad, but yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm lost.
Okay. I guess Marlena, did you want to go?
I mean, not particularly, but I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Stay in practice, I suppose.
Uh,
Oh,
I
you got
trust.
the long blessing though. Ah, whatever. Keep do it anyway.
Yeah. Wait. Oh gosh. Did you say both sentences?
He said flow states for.
All using universal logic
Nice.
and um the meta modes: art, religion, abstract science, abstract philosophy, genuine wisdom. The self metaphysically is time. With your time is sacred, time compression. The clear goals, clear rules, challenge level matching skill level, and immediate feedback, and then universal ticket system, spirit guide, and timers, flow timers.
Flow timers. In core 3 is implementation, which is flow rules and flocks. Flow rules is the executor keeping things flowing, relationship builder keeping things loving, strategist keeping track of goals and ideas, influencer keeping things communicative and blessed. And the flock strategy is the only one that's going to work, as we're seeing from Reddit. It is to contact 28 people that we know, getting 37% of them, which is only 6 to 9, to learn the core like we're doing now, so that they can build their flocks and we can help them build their flocks, to help them build their flocks, and then their flocks build flocks, and do that exponentially fast before AI codes itself in the next 5 months, before AI destroys us all with its kung fu backflips and micron level accuracy with sniper rifles. And so the core is.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mark.
You're welcome.
I'll be there very soon. I'll be there someday.
Yes.
I'll be there someday. Well, mindfulness is our wisdom. Yeah, we are done. It's where you can talk about universal problems of the world, particular problems with this group performance, and individual wrenches in your life that prevent you from helping people here. It's a free flow for maybe 10 minutes, by the time it's already reading. I don't know if anyone has anything to say, whether universal problem, particular problem, personal problem, or should I go? I have a lot of problems in our country where there is insurgency, killing of Christians, genocide popping up and down. I don't know if people are getting the news over there about my country. So, is there anything you can say to help a situation like this? About the genocide happening in Nigeria. Can you hear me?
I've heard some about it, but I don't understand enough about what is going on. Can you explain more about what is going on? Because I've heard some people say, oh, it's a genocide against Christians specifically, and then I've heard some other people saying it's a genocide against any religion, and that it's like...
Okay, in Nigeria, there are Christians and Muslims, and I think these are the two major ethnic groups, and the traditionalists. But there are Christians who are living in the northern part of the country, and these Christians are being hunted down by I don't know whether it is the Muslims, I don't know, I can't say who they are being killed, but they are being killed. Hundreds of Christians are being killed every week. And if we are not killed, some are being kidnapped, like the students that are being kidnapped in the secondary school. Last week, which is a day before today, the primary schools, about 200 pupils were kidnapped, and the teachers were also kidnapped too, and they are nowhere to be found. And this has been going on and going on and going on. So we don't know. There is insurgency, killings, Christians are being attacked, Christians are being killed, Christians are being enslaved, it's too much right now. So I don't know how we can do that now.
Where are you located at?
I'm in Lagos currently, which is not the north part of Nigeria. This is about it's in the Middle East.
The Middle East.
Yeah.
Heard.
This is happening around Astina, Kano, KB, all those northern parts. It's very southern.
So it's not very nearby you.
No, it's not nearby me, but we have to take precaution and then guide ourselves from whatever that might happen.
Right. I'm sorry that's happening there, first of all. And yeah, I've definitely heard about it. I know I saw something kind of wild about Nicki Minaj, like who's a rapper in our country, getting she said something, or she was like just a few days, like it was like a week ago on President Trump's podium, like saying something about Trump instilling some policies to help the Christians getting genocided in Nigeria, but I'm not sure exactly what they're doing. But to my knowledge, there are more parties intervening, I think, or going to intervene. But the real solution would be, I think, to try and teach universal logic to everybody that we can, but to really stop the violence immediately, I don't know. What would you say, Mark?
Genocides in Africa are shockingly common. From the Congo to South Africa, there's just so much civil strife there, and a lot of it is some of it is actually motivated by direct foreign investment. So when I was studying poverty on the African continent, the structural adjustment programs of the 1960s is really what set in motion all the corruption. And what happened was all this money came in to build these massive infrastructure projects, and that money wasn't properly used, and the infrastructure projects never got fully off the ground. So these countries ended up being in huge amounts of debt, and then crony capitalism and all this stuff, especially in Nigeria, started up. And so bribing and a whole bunch of stuff in the government undermines citizen trust and destabilizes the whole country. And then when the country is destabilized, that's when direct foreign investment can come in and manipulate politicians and natural resources there. So that was the problem 10 years ago. But I still think Dambisa Moyo was the one who I think really pointed out some of these problems that are really complicated. But in essence, I think what we need to do is solve a lot of the tribalism and a lot of the religious tension that's happening over there. And that's by starting God's government and making direct foreign investment in the right way, the righteous way, and uniting the faiths using the universal logic and solving the contradictions between them. So that's how I would address any kind of strife or conflict, especially religious, in Nigeria.
Well, that's Mr. Ma, and the president of the United States of America, that's President Trump, requested to help the Nigerian government, the Nigerian citizens and these tourists. But I don't know what is going on. He requested to help, and Nigerian government are declining the help. So I don't know what's up with that. Because since the government cannot protect its citizens, then let the war power come and protect the citizen of the country. But still, the government of the country, which is our dear country, have not given feedback on, okay, go ahead and protect us. Yet the man is still hearing killings of Christians every year, every day, every week, kidnapping of students, molesting of the girls on. If you are traveling on the road, the high risk of you being kidnapped is now very, very high. That's why recently people that want to travel now is making use of aeroplanes to travel because they believe it's now safe and secure. rather than moving through the road. So a poor man or someone who cannot afford a flight is definitely putting himself at risk. Have you seen how massive this problem is increasing, is escalating day by day? So that's also what to look into.
There's all the crises worldwide are escalating, except for Palestine and Israel, which is probably simmering out of the public eye right now. But there's 58 conflicts, and Nigeria is one of them. But I remember studying Nigerian a lot because one of the women that was in my Make Poverty History group, I think was from Nigeria. So I got to know a lot about it. But yeah, I'm reading up here now. The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria claims there's an ongoing Christian genocide. Basically, we have to come in and solve all the corruption, and it means starting a government, an intergovernment, and not just an ordinary one, but one that makes sense and gives people a right to flow, a right to clear gold, a right to immediate feedback, a right to challenge overmatching skill levels, and the right to clear rules, which means giving rape victims, all these students who are kidnapped, it's about solving and giving those people justice, but also going back in history and figuring out how these young children end up becoming marauders or kidnappers or a part of gangs, or getting down to the proper resource distribution that's causing all these tensions, and then sharing those resources in a way that creates flow states and a much deeper satisfaction of self-control. So this is going to be some of the divine decrees that we're making. And it has to do with mental health. It has to do with World War III. It has to do with climate change. I think Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa, outside of South Africa.
Almost way biggest too.
What's that?
It's one of the weirdest country in the state, in the world.
One of the wisest or one of the biggest?
Widest, like weirdest, that's it's been blessed with natural resources.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's a very wealthy country, relatively speaking. It's just that the wealth isn't being distributed. It's going through all this all these problems. So maybe that's why we're here with Nigeria now, and they're supposed to be part of the solution. There's like 300 million people in Nigeria. It's like one of the biggest countries. It's almost as big as the United States in population. I think last time I looked. So I think it's Kenya's a good country to engage with. Nigeria is a good country, and South Africa is a good country. So, and we'll end the genocide. But you end genocide not by being hard on the genociders. If you treat criminals like criminals, they become hardened criminals. What actually happens is that in their youth, in a moment of innocence, a disproportionate punishment happened to them, and the true godly justice, the justice system of God, has this mercy to it. It has a grace to it, not a blind love, not a naive love, but a wise love that knows how to get down to that trauma and do a new type of rehabilitation that makes sense of the world to a much, much, much higher level of spirit, and it will release their spirit. And they'll overcome, they'll heal themselves, they'll want to rise up and become better people. But there's a smart way to do that, and there's a naive way. And I've seen the naive way. You don't just let criminals walk around, right? People that are traumatized hurt other people. You don't just let them walk around unaddressed. You have to get them serious attention. That doesn't mean necessarily locking them away in a prison. That means building a rat park around them that makes them feel loved again. And gets them back in control of their mind. If they're out of control of their mind, it doesn't matter how much love you throw at them, they're going to be out of control. They're addicted. Usually there's addictions at that point. So anyway, that's what I think we have to do to stop the Christian genocide. Who do they say is genociding them? The local tribes, or is it like the Muslims? Let's see here. Let me look it up really quickly. This is, by the way, in terms of the Megacrisis, this universal issue fits within World War III. 56% of the population is Islam. Oh, wow. That's really interesting. Half the population is Muslim and half the population is Christian almost. Wow. That's a really perfect breeding ground to solve the contradiction between Christianity and Islam. I actually didn't. I thought it was predominantly still Christian.
It is more of Muslims. Like Muslims are about 70% in the
Well,
country.
it says Muslims are
That is why,
56%. Yeah.
yes, and the states, the 30 states, only 5 states are Christian states. Other states are more of they are Muslim or another ethnic group, but Christians are few. Christians have been dominated. Muslims are dominating the Christians. That is why, even though if you want to end this genocide of a thing, they need an external help from outsiders because the president is a Muslim, the vice president is a Muslim. So there is no power from the upper chambers for the Christians. Unlike previous governments whereby either the president is a Muslim or the vice president is a Christian, so that there will be connectivity, so that there will be power hand, so that even though when things are trying to go astray, when they know that the vice president is a Christian, he will have to take what? An action. But in this situation whereby both the vice president and the president are all Muslim, it means that the Christians don't even have a say. That is why they are being suppressed. That is if you ask me. Okay, I don't know if you are getting my point. So even the era of Goodluck Jonathan, which is the first Igbo, it's not even Igbo president, the first Bayelsa Middle East president, this killings was not even that much. It is when he was about to go for a second thing or that is when these terrorists now struck out, saying that they are going to make his governor, his governing ungovernable. So all these things is, I don't know whether will I say they were planned in order to forcefully take him out from the seat. So now that stuff that we started have never been able to be eradicated up to today. So it's a big problem for the Christians.
Okay, so I would love to hear you write some kind of one-page brief for us to build a government program off of that. One thing too I want to know is, do you know any of the Christian leaders in your? Are you in the capital of Nigeria?
No, I'm in a part of the country that is Lagos. I'm not in.
Oh, you're in Lagos.
Yeah, in Lagos. Yes.
Okay, because if we could talk to, so you're Protestant, right?
What's that?
Are you a Protestant Christian?
No, I'm a full Christian. I'm a full Christian.
Oh.
Muslim.
What? Say that again. You're not a Muslim. You're a full Christian.
I'm a Christian.
Okay, interesting. So you're not denominational or Catholic or anything like that. Right? Okay. Well, I guess we could kind of merge a little bit into Chizzy here and get into the topic a little bit, because if we could pass this proof of truth by a priest or a pastor. You go to church, right?
Not really, but I do go to church.
Which church do you go to?
A Catholic church.
Oh, you do go to Catholic church, but you're not a Catholic.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, but I go to Catholic church. I'm working from Anglican.
You're Anglican. Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
Yes.
Well, if we have any Anglican Catholic leaders that you think we could pass the proof of truth by and get them to give their opinion of it, we've proven God's being, right? So it gives us a new kind of authority to start changing the government there and reorganizing not just the government, but reorganizing the churches to be aligned with universal law, to be aligned with the right tribe. So let's get into that. So let's do a Chizzy merge. We have to get into the right tribes ourselves. So as you guys know, I'm tribe 5, logic, nature, spirit for the win, the wise vibe tribe 5 where the spirit is high. Francis, you need to start eating a goosey soup with a little bit of tribe 5 spice thrown in there so that you can get into the right tribe. And a lot of the diets are actually vegetarian in Africa. But yeah, pure being in logic, pure God in logic. So were you able to think a little bit more about what I said last time about like where logic fits in with spirit and how there's a contradiction. Like if you keep thinking of it in tribe 2, right? You're in tribe 2, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
It it makes it hard to justify why Jesus could be 100% man and 100% God. The way to justify that is if you're in tribe 5, it makes it doesn't just make it make more sense how we could say something contradictory like he's 100% man, 100% God, uh, but it proves it. It actually proves how that's possible. It doesn't just explain it, which is what the Bible, or that's what apologetics try and do in Christianity. It actually proves it not only to theists who have faith, it's proving it to even atheists who don't have faith. So we need to get more people considering this tribe 5 and the proof of truth, and how logic is really a lot more divine than we realize, and that the spirit isn't even possible without it. So does that, like, do you have any questions, or do you want to say your Chizzy Primer, and do you have any questions about what we talked about last time?
Okay, and there is a little problem, and little problem now is that I'll be waiting for power supply, and power supply, oh my god, my PC is down. Dude.
Oh, what happened? Did he black out? No, Francis, where are you? Oh, there's a second fudge timer. Okay. Oh, I recreated his timers on the bottom. He didn't use them. Are you there, Francis?
Yeah, I'm here. My PC is dead because of no power supply since yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm now making use of my phone. Oh, that is it.
Okay.
Yes, everything here is low. Yeah, I've not been power supply since yesterday evening.
Okay, well, if you want to answer my question kind of quickly, or if Marlena has a question, but yeah, what's still keeping you in tribe 2? Curious.
Okay, yeah, I said that I will make my research, but after making my research and everything, and I believe that when I'm in tribe 5, it will not, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or if you're a Muslim or if you're atheist or if you're an Aswa, because everything is more of the word end being, which is the human being that's classified as the spirit. So I'm gonna join track 5 reason in order to solve the problem of beating AI. Yes.
What's that last part? The AI what?
The problem of beating AI in order to prevent it from coding himself 100%.
Yeah. So are you switching to tribe 5? Is that what you're saying, or are you saying that you need more? You need to think about it more?
Yeah, well, yes, I am. I am still to try 5. I am.
Okay. What's your main reason for switching? Just because, and you can switch out, right? This is about understanding why all the tribes.
The main reason I'm switching to the try 5 is because I have sat down and do a deep critical thinking about it, and I realized that try 5 almost solve problems without tagging who is a Christian or a Muslim, because when we now say the spirit comes first, if you're a Christian, you'll be thinking they are trying to exempt you from your God. That is how most people judge. But because since the spirit is the first, everybody thinks that the spirit is more of the God spirit or more of the whatever thing they are worshiping. Everybody thinks it's more of what they worship. But when you now bring in a system whereby you have to first of all put in the factor that is needed for the growth or needed for the development, you will see that you can possibly solve problems without minding if are you a Christian or a Muslim. The important thing is, yes, we have a system. that is going to solve a problem. So the problem is the human being, which is the spirit or wherever you classify the being, doesn't affect whether you are a Muslim or a Christian. The important thing is the problem, can it be solved? Yes. Through logic or nature. That is it. That is why I'm switching over.
Okay. Well, Marlena, what should we do here? What's our ritual? What song should we play? Should we sing a song? What should we do?
We need something. Okay, tribe 5 for the spirit is high. So we need like almost like a high school like spirit chant.
Yeah, or like not hazing or something, but some kind of like, yeah. You know, people sing happy birthday to you when it's your birthday. We should sing like some kind of celebration song. Well, I was gonna give him a crown.
Hakuna Matata means no worry.
That's actually great because it's actually an African song. Since a lot of people are enough. You know what? Let's put some emojis in the chat. Let's just do that to start, and we can start getting more creative. But this is the beginning, right? So we're gonna put some crowns. We're gonna crown you for coming into the tribe here. So Marlon, you can put like a queen tribe a crown if you want. I'll put a king one so we can cover the genders a little bit. Okay, so here you go. I christen thee, Sir Francis, Emmanuel Francis, a member officially of the High Vibe tribe, which is Tribe 5. You are now welcomed into the spirit that is high. Now let's all clap and let you play the song, Francis, for venturing into a different tribe, being the first one to change. You can obviously change if it doesn't make sense at any point. But yeah, thank you for being a good critical thinker. And let us. What song should we play that makes you? Okay, geez, what happened?
Oh no, a wrench probably.
Too much positivity. Okay, well that's cool. So we got one more person. I think that's the first time anybody's ever switched to their tribe. Oh no. In the beginning, we did have a couple of people switch their tribes.
This is a total sidebar. Antonio Wolf commented on that post.
Yeah, I saw you say something. Huh?
In favor of you. In favor of you. Do you know Antonio Wolf?
Yeah, Antonio was like, he was really liked me. He used to call me every night for like weeks. And we were talking about Hegel, and then one night he said, well, he was talking about pure being, and he says, well, pure being, I can't even remember exactly what the argument was. But I had a point and he had a point. Now I'm even more clear. I know exactly which words to use. But back then he thought he got me in a gotcha. And I said, no, you're using words that are not, are too concrete. And that was enough for him to abandon me for a while. I didn't abandon him, right? I took the vow of abandonment. But he's a very sensitive. He either really likes, like, it's razor sharp. He gets wounded so easily. But I was a trucker and he was a trucker, so he was just starting up his class 1 driving, and I know that's really hard on a guy when you first learn to drive on the road. So I gave him some truck driving tips while we're talking about Hegel and all this, and I told him, you're about to get exploited as the young guy, and I think that's what happened to him. But yeah, I know him fairly well. He actually was making a Wikipedia Hegel thing, and he put me on there as one of the first 4 people. Me, one of the guys that ran the Hegel study group, that big 30,000 server thing. So him and I were starting to work together and launch things, and then yeah, that little nuclear dialectic came up, and he didn't take the vow from me. I didn't have enough time to teach him everything, but yeah, I corrected him a few times. Some of his videos are not accurate, right, anymore, but he's a powerful dude. If we got him on board, he has some pretty powerful connections that noticed his work. So yeah, it's kind of a good thing. What did he say exactly? Let's see here. Okay, welcome back, Emmanuel. Let's play a song. Do you have a song in mind that makes you feel like the best person in the world? What's your all-time favorite song? We'll play that one.
I didn't get you pretty good.
Well, because you switched tribes here, we'll let you pick a song at the end of the meeting here that makes you feel like celebrating. And if you don't want to play one, we'll play a celebratory song. We'll play "Eye of the Tiger" or something, or or we could play Hakuna Matata. Actually, that's a really good suggestion. Um, uh, Now that you're in Tribe 5, you have no worries except for AI, Megacrisis, CRISPR, World War III, and climate change. Um, but you're joining the kingdom now. So, do you have a song in mind that reminds you of heaven on earth, Francis?
Well. That should be Dolly Parton. That's Shine.
Oh, right. You're a big Shine fan. Okay, you know what? I'm going to play it for you in honor of you for coming into Tribe 5 of your own free will and critical thinking, which is wonderful. You're going to shine brighter than ever now that you're in God's tribe. And Dolly Parton would be proud, I'm sure. So we're going to play her. She's a very pure soul, too. Like, we should actually get in touch with Dolly Parton, especially for the Messiah thing. And Miley Cyrus is pretty cool, too. But we'll play the official Dolly Parton. Should we play a live version? No, maybe not. We'll play this version, and hopefully you can help build God's government so that it can shine from Tribe 5. This one's for you, Francis. Thanks for being here. Dolly Parton, shine.
Give me a word, give me a sign. Show me where to look and tell me what will I find. What
know this, that has a laptop. But you see this issue of power supply. Yes, it's a problem. You see.
Right.
So the thing is that maybe they can use a laptop to start up the meeting. Then if along the line the laptop will not take them to the end of the meeting, they can now switch to the phone, by which they have already done the main tasks with the laptop and then use the phone to be present till the meeting runs out. I don't know if you are getting my point. Yes,
No, I
that's what
got
I'm suggesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure problems in Nigeria, I know. Okay. Well, let me
So
ponder it.
that,
Yeah, go ahead.
now the ones that don't have a laptop that has a phone, if they are being tutored very well, I can personally tutor them very well and then tell them, okay, if you are being present to the meeting like morning and afternoon, I guess when you're in the present meeting, the morning period and the afternoon period, it increases your blessing, right?
What increases your blessing? That you
We are in the meeting in the morning,
Yeah.
and also in the next session, you're also in the meeting. Hope that increases your blessings too, right?
Yeah, if you do roles in both of the meetings, just coming to the meetings doesn't get
Yes.
you any blessings, right? You don't get paid unless you're actually playing a role. So that's why it's important to fill out the Herculean
Alright.
checklist. It's why it's important to fill that out. Yeah. There's two other types of blessings too. There's wisdom teams and there's also blessons. And just today I realized that if I do change the pay scheme to where, we only want to really be paying you if you're like training up new people, then a lot of the time you'll be free, right? If there's no new people to train up, like Marlene, I was thinking about this. If somebody gets 6 people, like their flock is full, right? Let's say, Francis, you contact 28 people and 6 of them are like, "Yep, I got laptops. I'm good to go. I love this idea, Francis." We don't want you to reach out to any more people. Like once you get your 6 to 9 people, we actually don't want you to keep messaging people, because what will happen is you'll get burnt out and your people will suffer. So once you reach your 6 people, you no longer do any accreditations. You don't do any more train. You might actually do training somebody else's people, but if they're training their people, then what are you going to do? Well, this is where you do the blessons and then you do the wisdom team updates. And then you can come to the ELMs, but the ELMs don't pay as good as they would if you were training somebody. So instead of penalizing you, I think what we're going to do is that's the perfect moment, Marlena, that once they get their flocks full, then they actually start doing wisdom team blessings. So it's like the perfect transition. So that kind of hit me today too. So we're putting together the bigger program, Francis. So we're taking it step by step. I just need to raise more funds here. I don't want you bringing on any new people unless we can pay them right away. Because if somebody doesn't get paid right away, that they think it's a scam, and then they go and it hurts you and it hurts everybody. So I always want to make sure that we have enough before we bring on new people. I always want to make sure I have enough to at least give them a couple, like $20 or something like that, for the first couple meetings. So we don't have that right now. I think we spent all the money. So I'm going to transfer you some money right now. I'm going to eat something, and then I'm going to start planning my Nigerian meal. And maybe this Reddit thing will turn into something, Marlena. I'm going to go look at what Antonio said. But yeah, let me get on top of that, you guys. I feel like a little bit behind, and I might go to bed a little bit early tonight because I'm tired. But if you really want, we could stay for the rest of the meeting. It's already 17 minutes in it. Is there any ideas we really need to talk about?
Well, you have said all. You have said all. Well, now my PC is down. I'm not a PC of my phone. How is it considered missing?
Okay, you're on your phone right now? Okay. Yeah, then let's call her quits for tonight. And I'll be in touch soon. I'll make the money transfer quickly. And then we haven't fully calculated out like how many blessings it's going to cover. I just want to give you something to pay for your data packages and get you going, like maybe $40 or something. And then that should be good. That's kind of what I was paying on Truelancer for Abu Bechi and and what's his name? Usman. So, okay, we're waiting for Usman to come back tomorrow as well. I did the Islamic proof of truth. Did I send you the proof of truth, Francis?
No, we did not.
Okay, we should probably send that to you. There's a Christian version that you might want to read. So if you want to do this in the meantime, now that you're in Tribe 5, you're thinking straight. um, this might help you. And if you can pass this by any pastors or priests, anybody that's in the church, if you can pass this by them tomorrow, because tomorrow's Sunday, or is today Sunday? Was
Yeah,
church today?
Today is Sunday.
Did church already happen? No, you're going to church right now. Church is...
Yeah, but the thing is that since I'm here in Lagos, and Lagos is more of Yoruba language, okay? The churches here speaks in their language. Here consists of the mosque and the church. So the church here makes use of the Yoruba language because this is what they hear. So the English they speak inside the church here in Lagos is little or none. So which means I'm having communication problem with their church here in Lagos State. So when I can currently say that I am back to a full Christian church is when I get back to my state, which is in Abia State. That is when I can be able to say yes, I can hear basically 101% of whatever they're saying. But here I can't hear everything because this is not my language.
Oh, okay.
So that is a barrier, language barrier.
Okay, let me look into it then. And also, do you have a university education, Francis?
You mean if I'm a university holder or a graduate? Which one are you asking?
Yeah, are you in school now or did you graduate?
I've graduated from school.
Oh, what you graduating? It's engineering, did you say, or what was that?
Yes, electronic engineering.
Okay, yeah, you use electronic.
Network com.
Right. Okay, perfect. That's why you know about computers and RAM and makes total sense. Right. Did you look into Regenitech, by the way? I'll send that to you as well. If you can look into these couple of things, Regenitech. That would be a kind of cool thing for you to look at while we're figuring out how to make best use of things. Yeah?
Okay. I want to ask, why is it that the first two persons that are in this meeting or that started this meeting, why are they not taking this in as their major work or their full-time job?
Whose full-time job?
Like Esther and Favor, why are they not taking this as a full-time job?
Yeah, I was feeling very blessed that they were thinking about it because it does pay pretty good, right? Like if you're training up somebody, I was paying like a lot of money. I think we have to pay a little bit less now because it's just so high that my banks are shutting me down. But it was like, it was like something like 1,000% more than what normal people make in the same amount of time. And it's good training and it feels good. So I think they enjoy it more than their jobs because it is based on cutting edge science. It is based on cutting edge organizing that I learned myself. So and it gives us hope that we're solving the mega crisis. Like, So I think that's why. Huh?
They have not made it they have not made it their major job.
I don't think that Esther has a job, but a Favor told me she was willing to quit her. Yeah, I didn't tell you this, Marlena, but Favor told me she was willing to quit her job to do this full time. And same with Sahan. Sahan said he wants to do this full time too. But I don't have enough funds to pay the current wages, right? We want to bring in more people so that eventually we meet somebody who's got a wealthy uncle or a church or something that they might want to invest in us and say, I like the cause, I'm willing to give money, and then I would give the money to you guys for the blessings and learning up and training up. So that's kind of the cycle I want to get started. Okay.
So which means if I should make this my full job, definitely is advantage on the upper side. I'm asking.
What do you mean on the advantage side?
Okay, what I mean is that if I should reduce my schedule and then focus on the times you have meetings, I guess you have time 2 times in a day.
Yeah.
Now and in the afternoon period, right?
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
So if I am there in the morning period and also in the afternoon period, does that make it a full job?
Well, it makes it for us it's the beginning, but full time is like 8 to 10 hours a day, right? So right now you're only part time with 2 hours.
Wow.
Even if you come to both meetings, it's still a part time sort of job right now. But I'm trying to expand it so we can get people in here a lot more, either as volunteers or uh, as as paid, or even on an honorarium. But we want to start attracting people in here who want to come in here because they believe in the cause, and they just use the money to fix their laptops and stay in here to keep going. Because if we're all dead in a year and a half, it doesn't matter our degrees, it doesn't matter our jobs, it doesn't matter our money. None of it's mattering. We just, if I could get people to take the next 6 months off to help us full time do this, whether I can pay you or not, just if we get money, I'll give you whatever I can. You know, this is to save our lives. Like, this really is humanity's last stand. So that's what I'm trying to inspire people to do.
Okay. Now paying attention.
Yeah. Okay. So, but we also, it's quality and quantity. I want to train you guys to get better and better and better in quality, but we also need lots of people, numbers, which is quantity, because you can't gain international influence. You can't gain influence if you don't have a lot of people. And we need to reach 264 million people. We need to reach we need to reach somewhere between 3,000 to 100,000 people for the next 100,000 blessings. So that's sort of where you know, we need to do a lot of fundraising or get a lot of people in here with pure hearts doing the blessings out of the goodness of their hearts. So that's where, you know, I'm building the program to scale. So we need quality and quantity. So that's where I'm trying to balance the money right now. I want to pay you guys to get good enough in Zero Hero to training to do these meetings well, but also to incentivize bringing on new people so that we can expand our influence and find more resources to keep us going. My funders want to see more people. When they don't see a lot of people, like if you got your entire church on board, Francis, or you got like 30 people on board or something like that, and they were all starting their flocks, then I can go to my funders and say, hey, look, it's working, it's building. And they might give 5,000 instead of 1,000, or maybe they'll give 10,000, or, you know, the more people we get in here trained, the easier it is for me to raise the money. Okay? And maybe ask your church. Yeah. And churches too, like they might believe, like if they realize that we have the proof of God and we have the beginning of real spirit, they might be wanting to fund us themselves out of the church coffers, you know? So consider that. We're doing God's work technically, right? And we're uniting Christianity and Islam and teaching Islam, you know, why Jesus could be 100% God and 100% man, and why it's possible for us to be 100% like God if we do the same thing that Jesus was doing. In fact, Jesus said that we could do more than him, right? Which is crazy to think. How can you do more than, you know, godly wakefulness on earth? You can. So I would love to be doing Bible studies and leading Bible studies on this new universal logical way of doing it, reading the Bible. So I want to get all that stuff going. But that's what's on my plate right now, to expand. And if we can afford to keep you guys going full time, great. But my goal is to pay you enough to get trained up, to get 6 to 9 people trained up, which you should probably calculate the price point on that, Marlena. And then after that, get you into a wisdom team of God's government. And then if we can get those roles going, the wisdom teams are the ones that are like really full time, unless you want to do the meetings full, like 10 hours a day, like super chizzies. Yeah, we have quite a few options, but the funding really, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask one more thing. When you speak about training, what are you talking about? Is it how they will do the rules, or what they do in the rules? Like, I want to get the core of the training.
Yeah, the core, right? So first of all, learning the core is part of the training. And what you're doing in the meetings right now, you're learning 36 things that at 3 different levels that gives you skills in executing, in relationship building, in influencing, and in strategizing. Then you can do lessons which unpack the 2 sentences, and the 2 sentences teach you how God's government is structured with sacred times and all that kind of stuff. And then the other thing is, those are the blessings. And the other thing is the wisdom teams is actually doing tasks in God's government as part of God's departments, right? Like food programs or like building the Regenitech buildings. So if you knew any engineers that had land, we could build the first Regenitech fertilizer plant, which is sustainable fertilizer. And if we can build one of those, it makes roughly $4 million of sustainable fertilizer without chemicals. So that's a wisdom team. If you built that structure, that's a certain amount of blessings. So, and then yeah, you would still have meetings about that, right? You'd have executors, influencers, strategists, and relationship builders. So the skills that you're learning in the ELM, you just take into those teams, and then you build it.
Apparently, they want teaching me too. So that is because I don't think any of them sat at the time. Okay, do this, enter that. No, I've not even done a 0 to hero plan. I think I'm taking my time to learn this all by myself. Yes, theoretically. So I think consistency is the key. If I keep on, that's why I asked you, is there any way I can move into that spreadsheet without you guys being on meeting? You said yes.
Yeah.
So I think once I'm there and I'm doing the tasks and everything there, I think it's working because right now, to even play the whole role is not an easy task. So you do this, do that, do this, do that, try to catch up. And also the PC is also lagging. Wow, it's crazy. Yeah. But
okay, here I'm sending it to you.
I can make this a full-time job by at least spending like 3 hours on a daily basis. Yes, that's what I would do.
Wow.
3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the evening. So once I get trained, I'm full. I can now be like, okay, because I have people waiting for me. But I was like, before I chip you guys in, I need to understand what the system is all about. I can't just chip you guys in and we are on the same level. There should be somebody that will be like, okay, Francis, what is this? They say this. What does it mean? Yes, I can be able to do what? Answer you. No, when you now ask me, what is this? What is that? I'll be like, I don't know. No. That's awkward. That's embarrassing. That's why I don't want to onboard anybody yet. I want to wait. Once I'm done with this, which should be a couple of few days now, I can now onboard them. I think 2-2 or 1-1, which is better for.
I think doing 2 at once would be the best thing to do, but let's think about, before we do that, we're gonna think about when you can do your accreditations, and I gotta figure out how much money I got left here. I think it might be out. Let me just think about it, okay? And otherwise you're asking all the right questions. You're exactly right. Let me calculate it.
The accreditation is just reading this core, right? This same core.
It's about mastering the 36 things in the checklist, including the core, yes. So all 36 check marks have to be marked off, and then you get accredited at a baseline. And then there's a mid-grade, and then there's a high grade. So there's different levels you can perform it at. But we're making the tutorials and the standards for that now. So yeah, just give me a little bit of time. Everything's growing, but you're doing good. And yeah, let me send this off to you. And look at the links that I sent you. I sent you 3 links. So if you could look at those in the meantime. And then hopefully when we all get in the meeting here in 10 hours, we'll have Usman come back with his Mufti response and let us know about what he can do and whether or not I can pay him. But okay, great questions. Welcome to Tribe 5. Let me get on the payment right now to keep you going at least a little bit. Talk to your friends a little bit if they're still interested. And yeah, guys, good job.
All right.
Do you have any other questions? It's like we're halfway through the meeting. It's like we must do it.
I don't have any questions. Christians, we keep on going every day. So far you keep on showing every day, you'll definitely be consistent. So far you keep on doing this, definitely you'll be good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
I sent you the
have to
checklist, so you can look over it as much as you want to practice. So go ahead, look that over too. And we should have tutorials coming up pretty soon to make it even easier. But I just feel a little behind, so let me get on let me get on the Nigerian meal, and then let me get on the tutorials, and then hopefully Marlena, you and I can do the proof of truth, or even get Antonio. Like if you can get Antonio on board with this, that'd be wonderful. But okay, before I crash you guys, because I still haven't fully caught up on my sleep, let me get started. And if you have any questions on the chat, Francis, just let me know, and we'll go from there. How's that sound?
Okay, it's all good.
All
I've
good.
seen the link you sent to me, but to open the link on the phone is quite frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe when I'm done with the links, I will now get across to you. Okay. Oh, this is a new checklinks.
That's the checklist. Actually, we should have filled out a new checklist. I don't know if I added your email to it.
Is this for today's one?
Today's meeting is supposed to be
Oh,
78. Mark, Francis, Marlena, Bill. Yeah, so it looks like you did, or somebody created 78. What happened to 77?
the one you sent to me is 77. I already changed that to 78. So, shall I still, they're not, what will I do with this now?
Wait a second. Did you accidentally overwrite 77? Mark, Francis, Marlena, 7 p.m. the 21st. Uh-oh, I think you overwrote this morning's meeting with Esther. Um, let me just check this out. Yeah, we got to do a little bit more training with you so you understand this part of it. Let me just give me a second to see if this is correct or not. Yeah, you put in a bunch of check marks here. Yeah, 1 second. Let's check this out. Darn it, I was gonna mention it too, that you should probably create a Herculean checklist right away. Was there anybody else? Was Esther in there for you? Yeah, it was. Shoot. You accidentally overwrote Favors 77 today. Okay, I'm gonna restore this. Okay, I'll fix this, Francis. You did all these checklist items? Okay, let me see here. Principal, blessing,
Yeah, I was working on them until my PC run off. So,
Okay, I got it.
okay.
Okay, I'm gonna copy this and I'll fix it. Okay, I'll fix it. I have to reset the spreadsheet. Luckily, Google Docs has a versioning system, so I'm going to reset it and then I'll put your blessings back in there as 78. We just accidentally deleted 77 because you don't know how to set them yet. But okay, great job. Let me do that, you guys, and we'll be in touch soon. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Peace out.
That's my problem.
Huh?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hello, Marlena. Marlena. You've been quiet for the past 30, 45 minutes. What's going on?
I'm just listening to you guys. So.
I was hoping you're gonna contribute or at least say something in addition to that.
I'm kind of dead, to be honest. I'm like falling asleep.
What's the time already?
10:30.
PM.
10:38 p.m. Yeah.
Wow, it's late already though. Oh. Wow. Okay, alright. Good night then. So what is a good night?
Okay. Peace out. Have a good day. Go to church and tell them about the proof of truth. Okay. All right. Peace out, guys.
Okay, alright.
Peace.
Peace out there.
Okay. We have a little bit of a wrench here. Uh, 2 a.m. Oh man. Hmm. Ooh. Okay, here we go. 3:45. These 12-hour recordings have to happen or else they don't get saved on YouTube. So I am, you can call me M. I am on a prolonged, perpetual hunger strike to the potential death. Potential, not inevitable. To save you, your family, and everyone we love. Because we are in what's called a mega crisis, an existential threat that is sixfold. It's incredible and it's terrifying in a certain way. Humanity has a chance to make a massive leap in progress for the positive, but the data is showing us we're heading towards the worst case scenario first if we don't get our act together. So that's why I'm on the hunger strike, is because I've been an activist for 15, 20 years, and ordinary activism isn't going to work. It's just not going to work in time, not with the deadlines we have. So here I am on this hunger strike. Peaceful revolution is roughly 200% more effective than violent revolution. So I am tired right now because we've been pushing the limits. We have meetings twice a day, every day, training up new crews in these special meetings, and new software, AI programmed these spreadsheets, these inline functions they're called. What would have taken me maybe a month to do was done in a day. It's shocking. It's getting better every day. Okay. We're going to stop part 344. Welcome part 345. Okay. All right. I have a little bit of a different setup this time.